Good morning. Uh, Probably got a pretty big day ahead of us, so I'm gonna get started pretty quickly here. But before we progress, though, I do want to talk about the last few moments of the last stream. Well, I mean, it was more like half an hour almost, but yeah, I want to talk about that a little bit more because I think it's important to reflect on that before we kind of move forward. I think there's probably a reason we got that where we did. The depot that supplied this chain is long gone from the coast. It's interesting to kind of think about what that says about Harry's character, other than like some very obvious things, right? So, for example, it's clear that Harry obviously has lost his wife for reasons that are unclear, and I suspect we can. It's probably going to be one of two things. We're either invited to just put two and two together, or the game will go into more detail about it. But I think like one of the more important things that came about, especially with the dialogue we had, was what being a police officer did to Harry. And it's unclear if, like, it worsened something that was already present in him, or if it legitimately brought out something in him that was much different to what Dolores had experienced. Because I think at some point I pointed out, or I wondered about whether or not the caseload that Harry took on was partly a response to his wife leaving him. What I didn't realize, or something that like I only realized afterward though, is that there's the implication that Harry started the job before his wife left him, and she explicitly talks about what that job made you when she starts talking about the lists and the trees and all of that. It's it seems to indicate that the way Harry started engaging with people outside of his job started to change as a result of him being in that job. And indeed, it's possible that part of the work ethic he's had as a result is more a result of how he actually functions as opposed to anything that happened to him that would necessitate that. Like burying his head, making himself too busy to do anything else. And then, of course, something that just remained completely unsaid when when we were experiencing that is just, this is probably the reason that Harry gets, like, wasted all the fucking time. Like, that dream, specifically. It's probably the reason he is a mess, because in Dolores' own words, 3 nights every week, he is haunted by a person that left him that he has not moved past. And moving into some of my more personal things about this, that right there, caring for someone so dearly that you cannot move on, and yet, at least implicitly, you pushed away a person who has very legitimate reasons to never want to see you again but you cannot move on, and so much so that your own subconscious starts haunting you with memories of that person, that is my personal hell. Like, you could not come up with a more accurate, or not accurate, but skewering of me. That is the literal worst thing I can imagine, is being stuck in that situation. Like, it would fucking destroy me. And a lot of the, like, specifics surrounding Harry's situation, I just do not apply to me. Like, obviously I haven't been working for 20 years, for one. I'm not a cop. Like, I work as a software engineer. There's, like, so many details that don't, but there's a lot of, like, my own personal fears and, like, some really awful experiences in my life when it comes to personal relationships that this touches on. And that's why it affected me so much, because, like, I've had close friends leave, and they've had really legitimate reasons for doing it. And maybe it's not, like... maybe it's not, like, such a toxic or needed thing that they left, but it was great. It was good that we were good friends, but it just evaporated once they left. And it took me some time to get over that, because there wasn't anything bad going on there. Hi, Hardarm. How's it going? Sorry, I'm, like, bearing my soul right before we, kind of potentially finish up the game here. But I think it's relevant to kind of talk about. Like, I've had friendships like that have just kind of dissolved. Neither of us wanted that, but the circumstances just... it happened. I've been friends with people who have been previous lovers who I have had to cut out of my life because every time they turn up, they just make things worse. Like, every single time. And it fucking... It killed me to do that, because I know that person, or I know it's just the circumstances that person was currently in. Just tell me what happened in the last hour of the playthrough. We saw a vision of Dolores Day, and we had a very, very uncomfortable conversation, basically wrestling with Harry's trauma over his wife leaving him, for reasons that are deliberately vague, and thus I assume very much a fault of Harry. That's pretty much what happened. Did I pass the suggestion check? I didn't try it. I gotta do that. Absolutely not. Yeah. No. The thing was, I was thinking, oh yeah, maybe I could add stuff to it. And as I went through all the options, I saw that nothing was adding to it. And then I kind of sat there and I'm like, this whole situation is just torment. I'm not opening that box. That can stay there. Not going down that path of the tree. But yeah, it's like, I've had a lot of personal relationships that have ended up in situations analogous to this, enough that I've developed fears that very much align with that scene. Like, not necessarily being in Harry's position, maybe sometimes being in Dolores' position, but the situation Harry finds himself in is peak horror for me. If I was ever in that situation, I wouldn't handle it. Like, I think it would crush me, ultimately. Which is why, I pretty much stopped the stream immediately after that scene, because I like, not only was a lot going through my head, but just, like, sitting through that, was tough. Which is also interesting. It reminds me of a H-Bomber Guy video, where he discussed, I'm actually gonna link it in chat, just so anyone who hasn't seen it before can, have a look at it, because I think it's noteworthy in this situation. He discusses a movie that is an adaptation... Whoa, I thought I muted that. That is an adaptation of a work by H.P. Lovecraft. It's called Cthulhu. It's got nothing to fucking do with Cthulhu the monster. In fact, it's, like, much more in line with, like, the People of Innsmouth, which is an entirely different story, unrelated to Cthulhu. But one thing he notes is that there is horror in that movie, but it's not, like, the grand existential horror or cosmic horror that you associate with H.P. Lovecraft. It's a much more small scope and personal one, where you are sat in a room with people who do not think you should exist as you define yourself. And you have to sit there defending that, or just taking blows, having to explain really mundane things as if you're this not even wow, H-Bomb video I haven't watched. Would highly recommend. That video is seriously underrated, because I think the point he makes about people adapting H.P. Lovecraft's work is like, this is the kind of thing that touches a really personal, emotional horror. The uncomfortability of being, like, queer and having people who don't think that's a thing just... you're forced to have conversations with them about that topic. It's not even, like, horrifying in the, oh, I'm losing my mind sense. It's, like, it's horrifying in the soul-crushing sense. Having your being, your person, like, nitpicked at for these, like, consistencies, so someone who is completely outside of any knowledge of that definition can, like, put you in a box to be examined, more or less. It's... yeah, you weren't mentioning queerness before, just the general outline and theme of that movie, but I guess it was going to be about being queer. Yeah, because, like, as H-Bomb kind of points out in that video, that's probably the closest people have ever been to having the same broad feeling that H.P. Lovecraft evokes, which is the feeling of being an outsider or inconsequential, because people that aren't you just have immense power and, like, influence over your life to the point that you just kind of have to deal. And that's about it. Anyway, I think that's enough soul bearing for today. Well, for now. I don't know how real this is going to get later on, but I still don't know what this medicine is for. Alright. I'm assuming we probably can't, can't go over there to any degree. Can we go up here, maybe? What medicine? I don't know. Pain in your pelvis makes you wince. Then you continue. Inside of the fortress, you can make out the console and the blast door. Okay, just 50 reals.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
Are you talking about the spirits? I'm talking about, like, the blue spirit in the inventory. It's called, I think it was called Blue Medicine. I'll have a look in a second, but...
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Oh, shit. Inspect the
A
mattress.
single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Juan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
I saw the same brand of cigarettes extinguished in Land's End.
Could be a coincidence. Or the same person has visited Land's End and here. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar.
On the left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right, I would assume probably the church, maybe?
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two.
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Motherfucker.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
Oh my god. I just realized something. The title screen's background is the view from this window, isn't it? Because like I can kind of, because the that view is looking with the church to the right and the apartments to the left, and you can see like the statue in the square and around the center. Oh fuck. It's always leading up to here.
More than that.
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I would be able to see inside the room. Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see to the roof.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Kim, I could make it. I could make the shot.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Better late than never. Why didn't we come here before? Booyah, Master Cop work. Better late than never.
Nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
7 people are dead.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
He looks north over the fortification, then adds,
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
On the island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
We should move now.
Yeah, agreed. Heal myself up. Weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet, newly stocked with Dramamine. Does that mean I can get it? Oh, yes, I can. Fuck yes. Just what I needed. It's risky even talking about the past events in this specific game. Yeah, it fucking is. But that felt appropriate. You feel eyes on your back. Someone's watching you, but you can't say where. No way to jump down here without breaking a few bones. Yeah. I wonder if that's only there if you, if you did the jump at the beginning of the game to get your coat. Fucking hilarious. Alright, I guess we have to solve this situation with the generator then.
This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel cap open. Makeshift electrical wiring runs out of its side and across the floor. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell.
Sorry, what do you mean by that? Oh, what was it? It was, no way to get down here without breaking a few bones.
There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
It's a yellow check on the island.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Yep.
A dim golden glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light. Urgence ouvert reads one dial key. Allumer reads another.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you.
Before, outside, when we were walking across the sand, I felt someone watching me.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
What if we get into another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
He takes out his sidearm, checks the barrel, then holsters it again. I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Never gonna let me live that one down. Oh no, Fade won't explicit the conditions for the database of all Disco Elysium scripts. Ooh. Oh god. Do I really want to... Fuck, I could spend days looking through that. If there's just an entire, like, website database dump of this game, oh my god. I'd probably play through it a second time before I did that, but damn. Damn. Because there's just so much... Oh, no. Oh. Adam, no. Fuck. Shit. Oh, God. Hold on. Yeah, sorry. I don't let people just randomly post, links. I've had a couple of run-ins with people just throwing crap out. Hold on. Where are you? Can I undo that? Oh, you were only timed out for 10 seconds. No, just Hardem. Hardem, for Christ's sake. Hardam. Hardem? Hardam? Yeah, sorry, you don't need to break it up like that. you can post the link broken up. It'll be fine now. You got 3 minutes. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, cheers. So other people can have that too if they want to want to have a look at it. Well, I've got 1 bullet. Blue medicinal spirit. Oh, blue medicinal spirit. Okay, just same thing basically. Hey, where'd that? Didn't I get a fuel canister before? Where did that go? What? Yeah, you can look at all Kim Kitsuragi's lines that contain an exclamation mark, for example. Damn. It's a bit intuitive to navigate. A bit intuitive. I don't like the sound of that. Do I actually want to put on the... I don't really want to lose composure. And I don't want to lose empathy either. But then, like, the only thing I'd be wearing are the gloves. Which are interfacing. And I probably want Half-Light more. Like, I was actually thinking about this. I didn't end up wearing the armor for the shootout, but the more I thought about it, the more I was like, no, I don't think I'd actually use it. Because, like, losing composure and empathy is not the way I would want to play the game. Obviously, like, you know, having pain threshold and volition and just protecting me would be good, but yeah. Sounds like this might be a good time to save the game. Okay. Actually, Kim,
Yes?
I'll
What
talk about
me?
you. Tell me a secret about yourself.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow. The eyebrow is exercising psionic control over you. It's like you're locked down.
What's happening to me?
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands.
Ugh, dang it. Okay.
The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
Good. Let's change the subject.
What do I want my last point to go into? Sorry, Cop 14. Hell yeah. Actually, I can assign that in dialogue. I'll figure out if I want to put that into anything in particular. Small white flowers blossom all around you. A rubber dinghy. It's deflated and broken. Oh. Well.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Are you the fire guy? You've retained your eyesight. Did you close the blast door? Nice gun you got there. Sir, I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're the police. Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell two kids to put out their fire? Two twins?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
He shakes his head. How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
He gestures north.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
But you didn't say that, Kim. It was not rock and roll, it was sad FM. It was not reactionary, it was cool. Say nothing.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music.
Oh boy, we got a piece of work here. Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that Belle Margrave?
It's a Triangong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Signal commune. Military aid.
How old must that be?
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
Signal commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the board.
His gaze turns inwards.
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the world revolution in the Safre Empire, extinguished in '06.
I'm not wiped from the board. I remember it. Let it vanish. Yeah, I don't want to... feel like I shouldn't kind of... If he's chill toward it being forgotten, then I'm gonna let it be forgotten.
It's almost as if they were never there. Only the rifle remains, cradled by the old man.
Your weapon has stayed true to you, mine has stayed true to me too.
Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
His right eye twitches. With what? Fear? Rage?
We have come to ask you questions. Nothing more.
The lieutenant puts his hand on his holster.
If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
That's all the answer he gives. Okay. Sir, I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police. And with the police, you can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move. I get the feeling he probably wouldn't part with his gun, but then this sounds like more of a threat. But then again, he's probably already expecting this, so maybe that won't actually rile him up.
No.
Oh. Okay.
Put it down now, sir.
Fair enough, Kim.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
The old man says. The old man lays the rifle down, carelessly, then looks at it lying there.
He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
What did you say?
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold.
The old man pulls back the hood of his plastic cape and looks up into the sky. It's blue-grey, the same color as the sea. Those words, the future teaches you...
Real music. Real brilliant cult. That's La Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
Marching song.
I know Revacholière. It's the marching song of the World Revolution.
There you go. 1 of 3.
His eyes remain fixed on the sky as he sighs and adds.
In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was... some Samaran shit, I guess.
How's it go, the song?
How did it go?
He looks at his gun on the ground and shakes his head slowly.
Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him. It was dear to him. He resents forgetting it.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
The lieutenant forgets to close his mouth.
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too.
He looks into the fire. A wisp of smoke rises from somewhere between the charred logs.
I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
That's the length of my entire life.
It's too long. It's not how a human being should live. But I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give up.
He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
He looks across the water.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto-cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. Two police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk.
Uh-oh.
The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
Girl-child revolution?
Always.
She better calm my too have given my life to Mazovian socioeconomics. Dare not dream anymore. Nothing is history. Nothing in history is guaranteed, but revolution is still a possibility.
No. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
So that's why he's the deserter.
Once a deserter, always, don't say it.
What can I do?
The old man suddenly looks around, suddenly confused. You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
What's reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
Yes, we all have a tiny bourgeois person in us trying to run away. When exactly was this? It wasn't
May the
fuck.
13th, 08. 44 years ago.
Didn't mean to click that.
The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower.
He gestures toward it.
Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon. But I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
He looks east. What then?
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
He looks at the sky. What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
You've lost your mind. I've always suspected the same. That's definitely enough now. Say nothing, let him finish.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing? Retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
First, I'm not one of them. Coalition military, someone who's come to end this madness, murderers. I know what you mean. Tell me something else.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis.
Wait, what? Did I just, like, straight up get a... Oh, shit, okay. Hold on. Oh, God. Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
He nods. Keep the points. Jesus Christ, the Dolores Daydream fucking devastated you. Oh, did you rewatch it? Because, yeah. I'll keep 1 point. It seems like I'm getting... It's, like, we're going to be going through a lot of dialogue. I'm probably going to get some a decent amount of, experience as we go through, so... like, I think I need... Oh, no, I just hit 3. Maybe I should have held on to one of them. Oh, I got... Or maybe I should have held on to 2, but I got 1. It's fine. I'll work with that. How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
He looks at his worn running shoes. What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
He coughs once more, then puts his hand on his belly.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stew, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We have Dramamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain.
I have been running out of that stuff.
A light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips. How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
I also live in hell. I also have holes in my brain. You notice the lieutenant is about to say something. I'll let him take that then.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins.
Okay. We're dropping racial slurs now too. Awesome. Oh, yeah, I've really got to update that, commands to a more, like, recent, like, cause. Would be a good one. Should look at finding some donation links for, like, games union stuff. I think that would probably be appropriate nowadays. Or in recent times.
And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted.
He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there? The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B in the basement. Have you been there? It's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there? One more question. Do you smoke thing? Yeah, okay. Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were.
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
It's day 7. Oh, yeah, that's actually, like, exactly covering it. Yeah, it's day 7.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building if you stayed there.
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
One more question. Do you smoke Tiumutiri cigarettes?
I do.
Ever smoke them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Tell me another thing.
An old man looks inland at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it, the new bâtiment twinkling in the evening sky.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We're not coalition appointed, we just try to help people. That's right. We're with the good guys, we enforce the law, we keep these animals from killing each other. I know what it looks like, but I have secret plans to turn the RCM into a Mazovian revolutionary unit. We're with the RCM, let's leave it at that. God, hang on. Kinda want to go with the left-wing answer just to get more XP, but... He'll probably call me a dumbass for doing it, and honestly, this might be more... Fuck it, let's go with that.
Rock and roll posturing. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste en Soulande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
His hand shakes and he breaks into a coughing fit.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
So you're a communist soldier from the communist army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
You said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Wait, what does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
The tracksuit-clad old man is suddenly reanimated. That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
I'm also a communist.
No, you're not. You're a liberast.
Liberast?
A liberal and a pederast. It's what most liberals are.
I'm not a liberal, I told you I'm a communist.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology.
He then turns to the old man.
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body.
Good. Building up that XP.
The expression on his face is unreadable. There's some sort of interference there. Neurological.
Damn.
There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism, or even cancer.
I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
He shakes his head and smiles, his teeth rotten black.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
So he's going, go in straight, no euphemisms. No, be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped? Did you use... Okay, so that's... This is straight up. This is getting him to repeat it. So you're saying you killed people after... Wait, so which one do I say?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you, and in them, a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
Lieutenant turns to you with disguised impatience.
Damn it. Ask it already, he wants to say.
So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
Oh. Oh, that was euphemism. Fuck.
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
God. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor, Krenel?
The who now?
He leans in, cups his ear.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th. Oh, suggestion. Yeah, God. The corpse in ceramic armor hanging behind the whirling rags. Did you shoot him? He doesn't know about that. His name is Elise Conter. He was part of a... no. The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
He looks up at the sky and clacks his tongue.
Did you kill him?
The lieutenant takes a sudden step toward him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island. You're a communist. I talked to the dead man. He told me communism killed him. Come on, what am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of the head. Let's... we've done the ballistics.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession.
Lieutenant softens his voice.
You've been here a long time, Mr. Druss. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
One thing. Where's the scope? How did you make the shot without a scope? We have everything else. You said fascies. You're admitting you killed him? The view is perfect with a pair of binoculars I could have seen in the room. Where's the scope?
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. It's your problem now.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
Great. You said fascies. You're admitting you killed him?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
He waves his hand. There's a twitch, then one more on his right eye.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
You're a communist. I talked to the dead man. He told me communism killed him.
Stupid twat.
The lieutenant looks at you with worry in his eyes. Not this, he seems to say. Anything but this.
It was intuition. Had he spoken, he would have said communism killed him.
Intuition is an aberrant psychologism. It reeks of crypto-fascism. The parasite class use intuition to justify their rank in life. It's all just palmistry and magic, Earl creatures. Your brain is rotting from the radio waves.
He looks at the air, then turns to the lieutenant.
He does not answer the provocation. It does not look like he thinks this approach worked. Yeah, this just did nothing. But still, somehow you knew it was a communist.
How?
Perhaps you suspected it before you took the case. The vision was you remembering that.
But this did nothing.
Was it supposed to?
I will look deeper then.
The inland sea is dark, vast, and on the surface, meaningless.
Turn back to him.
Standing there, slack-jawed, brain festering.
Come on, what am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of the head.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh yeah.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
Good point, Endurance. I'll stop smacking myself in the head in front of this person.
Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself.
Officer, a word?
Excuse us for a moment, Mr. Dross. What's up?
I think we may have this.
Do you think he... Lieutenant whispers, then gives the suspect a short glance. Do you think he did it?
From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
How do you think... What am I missing? What haven't I done? Trying to get him to confess.
Yes, good going. That should be our first priority.
How do you think the questioning is going?
Good. We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more. The more we have on him, the closer he is.
You hear that? He thinks you're this close.
What am I missing? What haven't I done?
Well, I can think of one thing. The gun. We should pick it up and discuss it in front of him. Make a show of it.
Yes, sire. Make a production of this examination.
I'm slapping myself to get ideas.
I can see that, yes. I'm not judging.
This is probably the least weird way we've managed to motivate ourselves so far. Okay, let's do this.
Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this. A lot. But there's something more, too. He thinks the deserter has more than just this case in him. 44 years here.
You think he has more than this case?
Oh, yes. And he hasn't spoken to anybody in a long time. If we get him open, who knows what will pour out.
Pat him on the back. Checkpoint. Dialogue checkpoint.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
Pick up the gun lying in the sand.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
It's as he said, it's Triangon, made in Sinyao.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
Lieutenant does not take his eye off the old man.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangon, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
This uses jacketed ammunition, 4.46.
The right type and the right calibre.
Lieutenant nods, glancing at the gun.
He's liking this.
Stow the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him later.
One more time, Mr. Dross. The Colonel... Oh, God, do I want to try that now? Fuck it. Let's go. Oh, wait, but that can be repeated. Shit. Okay, no. That was genuinely a mistake. I should not have done that. I should have actually rolled against it first.
Minions of capital.
Pick up
Gaze, the
inspect
rifle
it.
on the butt.
No
Yep.
one's.
From ballistic.
It doesn't matter if it's the right type.
He's liking the old. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild.
Hey Husky, how's it going? We're in like very late game for Disco Elysium, so if you're like worried about spoilers or anything, I would highly recommend leaving. But it's good to see you, man. He is surprisingly okay.
Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated by what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair.
Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his life? Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his life?
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Mr. Dross, are you okay? How is your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
Fair. He waves his hand, chasing something that's not there.
There it is again, erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
One more time, Mr. Dross. The Colonel, We need to talk about you killing him.
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
A drop of blood in the saliva. That's right. Pile it all on him now. 3 should do it. Maybe 4.
There were Maybells behind the victim's window. Show him the dried flower.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He looks at the blossoming field behind you.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen flowers anywhere else. Seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez. Only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
He looks to the water.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
The lieutenant's voice is soft, friendly.
I may.
Curious tremor passes his face. A young woman called Classier. Ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window.
Classier.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch, a spasm.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Almost. But you need one more. Just one. Or maybe 2.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Show him the Triangong 446.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Dramatically ask. You think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
Good.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more.
Like a marionette on some invisible string. Tie up every loose end now. There's no other chance.
I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
He looks at his running shoes covered in mud.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Doras.
Fucking imbecile.
The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out old running shoe on his feet.
The maker is called Sansarique, and the size is 42 to 44. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Wait, maybe it's simpler than that.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
People change shoes. Doesn't mean you weren't there, near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
He squints at you, black pearls gleaming with hatred.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a rapist. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law. He was a soldier too. He was a man. Well, I mean, the first one is an outright lie. Like, we know that's not the case. He certainly did a lot of his fair share of fucking killing for the Coalition. And, yeah, comparing him to the deserter is not a good idea, so we're gonna go with this.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
He breathes through flared nostrils.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Just nod.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
He begins to smile.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
The smile quivers. Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it, anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
The lieutenant asks after a second of silence.
Yes.
A single word is all he gives.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly. Very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs, then smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Click.
Fuck. You pull the trigger.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
Some harsh critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
What specifically do you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
He looks at the charred wood. So you were jealous? Okay then.
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself.
Yeah.
Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
He shrugs.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
How long had you been watching her? You wanted to punish her, so you killed him? You had feelings for that one. You wanted to punish her.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
He shakes his head and stares at the ashes.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand. Silks flowing in her wake.
The dream.
See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. Burning.
You saw through her, so did I. She did deserve a good punishing. I hate women too, you know. Not like that. I don't think like that. Men are insane. I'm not sure what this would actually do. Why did Volition say that? I'm actually kind of torn on this one. No, you saw through her, so did I.
You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the bourgeois woman. It's the same as the surface. Sick hedonism and desperation.
I'm not like that. I don't think like that.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
Fair. How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have a skimpy outfit on then. Just a spot in the night, moving.
Thanks, Hardon, for the follow. I appreciate that. It means Dross passed the volition check too. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, he's probably in a better position to do that because he already had... He's not, like, volition kind of implies that, like, you are the way you are, you cannot read this woman. All of your senses are basically... All of your stats are basically going with her, right? This man is clearly not in that same situation. That check for him was basically non-existent.
Past the fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Volition is compromised too. Oh, I believe it.
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
Like, I think the interesting thing about, like, that situation is that Volition is clearly self-aware and kind of implies that you may not be able to trust them, but you also see Drama realize that, oh, I've been played with. Fuck. God damn it, fuck her. Like, you see, like, depending, I imagine it depends on the stats, but Drama, for me, went off the fucking rails and just said, punish her. Fucking punish her. Absolutely do it. She lied to us. It was, yeah. Volition is fixated on being contrarian. Sure, but sometimes that gives Volition the ability to at least be, like, impartial. Well, not impartial, but acknowledges the counter to the situation, if that makes sense. But, yeah. Like, they all have their own little thing. That's the whole point, is that, like, especially when they get stronger, they tend to focus on the things they can see and attach meaning to them, as opposed to them, just being a thing, right? And, like, Volition is obviously that thing, right? Where Volition's, like, version of that is, no, I'm not letting you know things that are going to hurt your ability to move forward. I'm not going to let you get dragged into shit with your stats. You are going to continue moving forward, and so help me God, I will force you to do that. Thus, the contrarianism and always being like, okay, hang on, let's not take the stats word for everything. Which there is some truth to that, but yeah. It's what I find so fascinating about, like, the setup for this game and, like, how the different stats interact when they're different levels. I really want to go through this game again and have, like, a completely different, or a very different stat setup and see how the game goes, because it's... The fascinating thing is, it's... The big moments are probably going to go relatively similar to some degree. It's all the little things along the way that are going to be far different. You get different stats chiming in. Volition serves the purpose to safeguard the well-being of your other skills, but with Classier, it's hellbent on wanting you to arrest her. Yeah, which is like why you walk out of the building, and I think Volition's like, wow, that went well for her. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, well, that didn't implicate her. It's like, okay, you're implying that that's incorrect, as opposed to the reasonable explanation for this. And again, it is kind of true. She definitely does have motivations to take the heat off her, but does that make it correct or good to do that? Like, yeah, like, I get that in terms of, like, Volition's kind of shortfall, I guess. What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Bruce.
He's the one that took the buoy.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
This is the hidden buoy she told us about. You looked into it?
After she was gone.
He nods.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
Wait.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Well, the documents didn't have her name on it. Are you sure? We checked the submersible. There was nothing there.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
There it is again. The strange neurological state he's sometimes in.
He looks to the reeds, confused. You saw her name on the passport, but before when I said her name was Classier, you didn't seem to recognize it.
You didn't say Clausia in there.
He shakes his head. What did it say her name was in the passport?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body, hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
And you could see her bruises through the scope of a rifle?
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
How does he know those minute details about her body?
It quickly comes to you.
Ever see her through a window on a roof? Yeah, I love that Classier moment anyway. There's so much that could be analyzed. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route behind the whirling in rags. Those were your footprints. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too?
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in.
Oh.
I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
He keeps shaking his head.
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
He points towards the whirling in rags.
And he found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
I don't know if he had feelings for Clausia. It seems a lot more like resentment. Which, it could be born out of that, but I don't know if that's really a path worth going down, to be honest. So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
The old man looks at you.
Safe and sound, sire. Surely you have not misplaced the witness.
What? Drama, what the fuck are you talking about? She got away. Oh, wait a minute. Oh shit, hold on. Is Drama trying to suggest that, like, is Drama trying to suggest that suggesting she got away would actually, like, make him think twice about, like, oh, you don't have this case on lock? Fuck. We arrested her.
Locked up with your masters, like I'll be. Maybe we'll meet? She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, like she knew. Staring at the island, the fort, like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
He adds, to no one in particular.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, snow falls on 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the snowy sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandeliers she sees sparkle in the dusk below her. Streets, towers, tenements, and cold water. Across the water, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a sea fort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification in the snowfall, like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
The lieutenant uses the opportunity to tell you in a lowered voice.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
He shakes to life.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put, put, put of hatred.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
He shakes his head in grave disgust. How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
Didn't you use a slur before, my dude? Like...
Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Wait, that was Evra? Oh, fuck him. God damn. Let him finish, do not interrupt.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. Nod.
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Mourning, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Now I have some questions about this.
We did good when we pushed him under the horse car. Until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
He breathes in, his breath heavy with hatred. Cannot make out a single word.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating. Ask about that cock on parade too. Make sure you get everything here.
By the cock parading in his colourful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A petanque maniac race traitor.
Just nod.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
With his shaky finger, he points to the city, toward the crater near the plaza where a lonely pine tree stands.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
There's no one there.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross. Shoot me.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
The lieutenant asked cheerfully.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel.
He lets out a wistful sigh.
Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one. For him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Anyway, tell me something else, Mr. Dross.
Yes, of course. Must be passing a kidney stone. I hope it's excruciating. At least it keeps him from throwing his balls.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him?
He wants that mark.
He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred. They are veterans of the same war. Somewhere west in Coal City, his enemy is lying in a dark room on a metal slider. In Loser Municipal, like he will too. Soon. Half of the war between these men is over. With an agitated gait, Satellite Officer Jean Heron Vichmer paces the jetty. 22 kilometers east in Martinez. What could he possibly be doing there for so long? Police work? Patrol Officer Judith Minot replies, with a tinge of hope in her voice. Tinge of warmth, too, against the cold air rising from the water.
Disco Horse, there's something about the statue of the roundabout, about syphilis. You mentioned the Union as Social Democrat, and yeah, I want to hear this.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
He pokes at the ash.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Who's a disappointment? Everett Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Edgar.
You mean Edgar, Everett's brother?
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
You've talked to Edgar?
First against the wall with him.
He stopped poking at the ash now, just shakes his head.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
Oh, fucking... Are you serious?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
He points to the path leading to the tower.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
20 years ago?
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here?
Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Dross, did you kill the Krenol mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
He shakes his head.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something. There is more here. You can feel it. He was not outright lying, but almost.
There's something about the statue on the roundabout and syphilis.
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
Abomination.
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb.
Oh, God. He breathes in with a wheeze of hatred. I can't see the word cocainum without thinking of that one clip of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
That is technically possible, although Philippe III was not actually syphilitic. He was just mad.
Ooh, I do have a second point, and I can put that in logic.
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues, too. Hundreds of them.
But it's still there.
What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
Hardum, I'm actually not sure if I can leave the conversation. I legit don't know if I can actually do that. I can look at, like, what's going on here. I got a -1 from thoughts. That's pretty much it. But, like, I can't really do much about that, to be honest. Where is the -1, actually? Oh, right, that gives me, like, huge volition, which, I don't know if I want to drop that. Plus, I've got, like, 2 skill points I can work with. And besides, like, putting, like, it costs me a skill point to get rid of this -1, so it's, like, it's a wash, and I'd lose 2 volition from doing this specifically, so, yeah. Yeah, and there's grotesque statue, but it's still there. What a keen remark. Yes, it is. It's still there. Do you know why? Because you forgot to take it down because the king is holy and his statues are indestructible. Say, because the king is holy and his statues are indestructible, but mean it ironically. Because cynical advertising yuppies erected a deconstructed version of it. Yeah, don't drop it. Yeah. No, I get it.
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working-class plastic explosives. And there it is again.
He shakes his head in disgust. I like the phrase honest working-class plastic explosives.
Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
Okay, we're kind of verging on, like, tanky fascist view on art, which is...
Wait, the bullet hole in Philippe's heart. The statue had been shot. That was him.
Oh, shit.
It had to be. He's already proven capable of taking a far more complicated shot from here.
It was you. You shot the statue. There was a bullet hole in his heart.
I did. A needless, sentimental gesture. I should have spared the bullet for a deformed monster of liberal capitalism. Shameful, really.
Yes, shameful. So many others to punish over the years. Isn't that right, detective?
Turns to you. That's it for the statue then. Tell me, Mr. Dross.
The fat union man let them put it there. Corrupt as he is. Probably got a fat check for it too. Shared with the law.
Ooh, we got a plus on that. I like where this is going. Disco whores?
Whores.
Oh. Oh, okay. Is all he says. Even that word has to be pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seethes too hard. Do I want to spend the next point on this? No, I think I do. We're gonna go for it. Yeah, okay.
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
20 years ago when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Union yet, did they? A sputter from the old man.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Who did?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation.
Disco whores are too much.
And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
His eyes glistened suddenly with hatred. She was also a woman, wasn't she? Like that Classier.
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muskova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
And then she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
He squints and smiles at the black logs.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
You could swear you see the embers glow again under his eyes on the dust. Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Dross?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is. The bend in the river.
Why?
Because she was dead.
How come?
Because the cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal, grasping her tit, and drowned. Or bled. Hard to say. It was a sloppy job, on a moving target. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins.
Be abstract here. A bit of drama.
It was you. Make a motion like shooting a rifle.
It was someone. Someone shot her.
He does not fall for it. He shrugs. His eyes grow cold suddenly.
Or maybe she just fell. I get these violent ideations. My memory is filled with holes, especially the 30s. All I know is... Nothing changed. Not in the material base. Not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled. Sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal.
A sputter again, and nothing more.
If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk.
Lieutenant says in a voice even calmer, as if it were nothing at all.
We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Go shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
He looks to the city.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to talk about Renee, because I feel like there's still something we need to talk to him about. I'm glad we talked about this. Now.
Glad? It's all gone.
Oh, I can actually leave. Oh, interesting. Yosef Lilianovich Dross, you're under arrest for the murder of Elise Courtenay.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The old man's eyes filled with sudden, unexpected terror at the words. But you said I would...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Kim, he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Fuck. First say doesn't have room for 3.
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Who watches him while I come back for you?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce?
He looks
This is
around.
a fucking farce. I can't.
He looks around with strange desperation.
Lillian. You could ask her, maybe.
Maybe I can just ask that net picker to watch him?
This is no harmless old man.
Yeah.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
He stares at something, who knows what, in the dust. This world, what is this? Below the confusion and rage, a fit of jamais vu, like yours? The thought passes. More pressing matters take its place.
No, listen. Listen now.
One time.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it,
What?
Something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Shush, Kim. Do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
The old man's voice drowns in a sudden gust of wind.
Your skin crawls. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Blink.
It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
The fucking phasmid is real! Oh my god! What is that?
What are you talking about?
The old man looks at the reeds, then at you. The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
He looks confused.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you, with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you, and your gun hand rise instinctively.
Don't you fucking do it. There is. I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The lieutenant whispers, and then takes a step toward the giant anthropod. Okay, well, I think it's time for a break. I think it's time for a break. I think it's time for a fucking break. I've been sitting here for 2.5 hours almost. Okay. Alright, well, this is a thing. Holy shit. Oh, I didn't actually have to save there. It fucking auto-saved. But, yeah, I need to take a break anyway, but Jesus Christ. Alright. This is going places. When I get back, I guess we'll talk to the Indian phasmid. Alright, I'm back. Time to talk with the Phasmid, I guess. Hey, buddy.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Listen carefully.
You smell...
This is the Insulindian Phasmid.
It is.
The lieutenant whispers behind you. You hear the familiar ring of his jacket unzipping, slowly, painstakingly so.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
Kim, the flash is loud. It won't like that.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
He continues to pull the lens open.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the Phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, something important. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just had to confirm something. Stop, let me approach it first.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He has stopped fiddling with the camera, but does not put it down.
You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
I have the pheromone. I can approach it.
I don't think the pheromone will do anything.
His whisper turns to a skeptical hiss, but he has stopped now.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
Your corpse will be marked by stars. Hold on. Oh god.
We can't just leave it standing there.
You've never seen him get this excited. His voice is almost trembling.
God damn it, Kim! Approach carefully.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Hello. Raise your hand slowly.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence.
Raise the other hand too.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you.
Don't pray to me. I'm nothing.
The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerged from. Tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints. Perhaps it is preparing to eat its god.
Shut up, Half-Light. Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand on your tiptoes and look more closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
God damn. Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
Lieutenant watches you apprehensively.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
Nose of Parthenogenesis did not give up on the phasmid. Spoke to the hanged man. Tell me, what are you doing?
I exist.
Oh my god, that almost failed. I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
It's wunderbar. I'm ill. If I tell you, what will happen?
Then I will tell you what it's like for me.
For me, it's fire. Burning. For me, it's wunderbar. I'm ill. For me, it's wunderbar.
Yes, holy is the Lord of hosts, and all the earth is filled with his glory. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon? By what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache.
You're the type of animal I would like to be. I'm glad to be me, an incredibly sensitive instrument. The fuck is happening to me right now?
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
It was very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
That's actually like a fascinating perspective that like these like insects have like a sort of sentience, but not like the perceptive ability or like higher perceptive functions that humans do, but they know enough and perceive enough to understand that seeing all those things must be horrific, overwhelming. So much so that they like they have empathy and cheer you on, because goddamn, you must be dealing with a lot of fucking shit.
In honor of your shit, Lieutenant Gefreiter, which you kept together in the face of total unrelenting terror, day after day, second by second. Detective, arriving.
Was there more to that? Oh, maybe my maybe my psyche stats weren't high enough to detective arriving. Maybe there was more to that. I don't know. I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Detective. Ah, yes, I too detect things. Also that, the killer, I was born to detect here. The killer.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I quicken his deterioration.
You're destroying him?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Where does this come from? All this around us? The world?
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
Then all we can do is beat our fists against it, day after day, with no answer.
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
This is amazing.
Wait, so
So you look like a reed, and you eat reeds?
Yes, they don't mind.
Have you accidentally eaten another reed, Phasmid?
Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Reverchol, district of Martinez, March 51.
That's insane.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile senior nerve system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Wait, the Pale is human-made?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
How?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
Have I always thought this way?
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
But I want to blink and undo 12 billion years of matter expansion. I've already forgotten the whole world once, when I drank too much. I will be extra careful not to blink, stick insect, don't worry.
Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sigh, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Is this a dream? What is happening?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
And I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
Sort of?
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the scariest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the most beautiful.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
What? I will.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Okay, Kim. Take that picture.
Okay.
With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open, raises it to eye level.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well, in the shadow of this great statue of chitinous marble.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto photo paper in his hand. A polychrome ghost of wire streaks against the reeds in the sky, and you as a shadow before it. We got it. Back off.
A shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Look behind you. It's smelling me.
Maybe it is real. The pheromone.
Lieutenant's mouth is agape.
The insect's head is crowned with reed-like scales, the shape of seed heads. They rustle as the air moves. The ventricles at its abdomen continue expanding, like lunglets, breathing you in, your sour, greasy semiochemicals on the breeze.
Disengage slowly.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Holy shit.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
Lieutenant looks north, with his hand raised to his brow. What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
It can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
He shakes his head with amazement. What now?
What now?
The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He's put his hand into the ash. It's dirty and black.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Cleaning out the rooms. What if you didn't lose your memory? What if something in Martinez came and stored it all away, for you to slowly open one box at a time, so you can choose which parts to keep? Keep almost none of it. Only the flowers on the windowsill. Only the distant sound of a radio. Lose all the actors, the dark shadows. Leave only the still lifes. The blissful distant wash of waves. If everybody knew, you never did. She'll be coming soon. That is all.
Damn. Wake up in a new life by the seabed. What the fuck do my stats look like after getting that, I wonder? Yeah. This well-traveled passport, with visas stamped in it, is issued by the Republic of Oranje. You found it in the Phasmid's nest on the island. You can open it for more details. I think we should check on the old guy first. Also saving that right here, because goddamn.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
The old man looks around, confused.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the Phasmid?
See?
He stares at the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing.
Touch his shoulder gently.
The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem. Doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What has happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the Phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reeds for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dras,
He touches the man's shoulder.
No response.
Maybe this is how... No, that's not... No, it's not that.
The
The old man stutters, then another sigh. Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
he was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the Phasmid?
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
Could it be there's something hormonal in his relationship to the Phasmid?
You mean pheromonal?
He seemed a little off for a man his age. Randy.
The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Oranje? I see what you mean.
I talked to the Phasmid. It said it's destroying him.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side effect.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it in its company?
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe.
He looks at his notebook.
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
We found some things in the Phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
Show him the Oranese passport.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
Let's have a closer look at that after. I think I'll be more useful than him.
Going to let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched, and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. The strength is all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Well, first off,
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
Lieutenant looks at it in your hands. Look at the photo.
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow. An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
What was this doing in the Phasmid's nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
I think the Phasmid took it.
like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
It says Katarzyna Alazie.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazie was supposed to be her real name, where Klasia comes from. Remember? God damn it. I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
Alright, Volition, calm down. Maybe this is her real passport, not a fake, because this is her real name?
No, she lied to us. Her so-called real name was not her real name. Somehow she's managed to lie to us about that too.
He almost smiles. What's her real name, then?
I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alazie, or Klasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
The winds are silent. The streets are empty of her. She is no longer in the city of Revachol.
Put the passport away. Alright. Well, off we go. I think we came from this direction. Was it? Yes. I think we inspected all of that. I'm gonna put the gun away. Alright. Oh, tear. Kim, no, you're in the way. Thank you.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's return to the mainland,
Let's. We are done here.
he says, adjusting his glasses as he looks out over the water.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Save the game real quick. Is there something I want to put points into right before we do this? This probably isn't a bad idea to bump up. I think I'm happy with that outfit too. Fuck. Should I have my gun out for this? So, besides the serious considerations, it would be really funny to be like, I have my gun. Like, I wasn't lying. You know what? I want to see if that actually does the thing. That would be funny as hell. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Harry, we're here because we're worried. Uh-oh.
Look what the tide brought him.
Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly, his expression changes, and he tilts his head.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Wait, you're the man with the sunglasses.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
No one else seemed bothered by the bleeding.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Forget about this. Forget about all this. There's a giant...
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Points at you with both hands. Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it.
He says, gesturing toward his companions.
Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
He points to the sea fort.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
He adds, suddenly regaining his confidence.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
She says warmly, flashing the lieutenant the tiniest of smiles.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
He turns to you. Remember him from somewhere? That's the guy that was in, That was the guy that was leading his kid around. Fuck, were they watching me? Oh shit, they probably planted him there to...
Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
What's a shit kid?
You. Shit kid? That's you.
Maybe you've deserved it.
Oof. How did you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I saved this establishment and he still betrays me?
Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant aerograffito in front of the building. It was on fire.
Yeah, I lit it on fire. It was this one junior delinquent.
I don't know. It had shit kid written all over it.
You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde. You never told me you're not the horse-faced oh my god. So Trent Hiddleston turns out to be special consultant Trent Hiddleston.
Yes, I'm Trant Hiddleston.
Hiddleston.
I never said I wasn't Trant Hiddleston.
Wait. What was up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son.
Oh yeah? What was up with all the interesting history? Spying on me?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also interested in the Feld building.
So what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on.
Duped again. No one's who they say they are.
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Gardener, scab leader, this, turned to lieutenant. Tell me at least you are who you said you are.
Yes, I'm still Kinki Solagi, still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
The only bitch I respect in this whole mess.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
You mentioned a task force.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory. Who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trant fucking Hiddleston, and Guillaume Baby.
He stares at you.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
So what does this unit do?
It's a Major Crimes Unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse, or what remains of it. Hand-picked, hand-lost.
The 41st isn't...
He trails off, not wishing to finish the sentence. Where have you been all this time?
Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember.
He crosses his arms.
You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die.
All will burn, Satellite Officer Vicmar. Make no mistake about it. Why didn't you detect or die then? Why would you leave a literal police guard? I said all those things, I'm not like that anymore.
Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentant shit a million times over.
None of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, Pell, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Wait, socioeconomically, you think I'm so poor I lost my memory? I drank so much I lost my memory, and I'm now slowly recovering it. Made it all up. It was a fantasy, a stupid joke. I know what I am. Might have something to do with an anomaly in the church, 2mm hole in the world. I am a highly experimental detective. This was a method I used to solve the case. Something so sad happened to me I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism. I don't know if I'm going to get to choose multiple of these. But I think this is the ultimate realization we've reached.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what?
He turns to the special consultant.
I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying. Or insane. Or both.
No, Hardam, I know that, but there are also situations in which you'll be given a list of potential answers that you will go back to without any of those words being there, because ultimately a conclusion will be reached after you've gone through a couple of topics. That's what I wasn't sure about whether this was.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful. The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the Next World mural, those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here.
He gestures towards the scenery.
Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
He nods confidently.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
I'm ready to lead again. Line detective is good for now. He's wrong. I'm too far gone for work. Fuck all of you. I don't want to be in your unit. Line detective is good for now.
For now? I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
Funny. What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Lie. Just bide your time. Ask something, then lie.
Hold on. In the ocean?
Yes, in the ocean, under the sea. Our work vehicle, with fish and clams and other sea shit.
That wasn't me. It was stolen by traffic hooligans. I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk. I thought the killer would be underwater. He wasn't. I don't know. I don't know what it's doing there. That wasn't me. It was stolen by traffic hooligans.
Oh, well. If it wasn't you, then it's okay. You only let someone steal a 45,000 real police vehicle, drive it into the sea, and then just left it there.
Okay, Jean, what the fuck was I gonna do with a car? How the fuck was I gonna salvage a car that had dipped into the ocean? Can you tell me that? Can you tell me that? Like, single person, how the fuck was I meant to get it out of there? Go fuck yourself.
For the record, you pressured us into getting it. It'll be cool, Jean. We'll have wheels, rapid response. I was fine being an equestrian cop. I hope you're fine driving a bicycle.
Probably need the exercise, to be honest.
Don't answer that. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Wait, my badge?
The thing that tells people you're a police officer.
I got my badge right here. Show it to them.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic.
Fuck.
And the badge slips out of your hand.
Hand-eye, don't let me down now. Oh. Haha.
Not today, badge.
Did I get the badge?
You got it all right. You're showing it to him, victorious. They're seeing the badge.
Behold, my badge. The drama is unnecessary. I got the badge, all is well.
And your gun?
He asks, unimpressed by the piece of plastic in your hand.
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements.
I've got it in my right hand.
What is it with all these material objects?
My gun is right here.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
I didn't lose my gun. I have my gun, so it doesn't even matter that I found my gun. I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again. That's... Actually, no, that is a lie. It might lead to alternative content or more advantages than success altogether. Failing red checks is part of the fun. Yeah. No, I realize that. But at the same time, I'm like, oh god, can I make this succeed? Like, yeah. So what? I've had a little drink. I tried not to, but I can't work as well without it. I didn't lose my gun. I have my gun. Show him the gun.
We're not talking about the fucking gun anymore. We're talking about the vaporized cloud of ethanol coming from your mouth.
I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
No idea what you're smelling. I washed death off me. Wait, it may be because of the pheromone. Yeah, I've handled an actual corpse. Yeah, it's been a bad week. I'm sorry, I smell bad. None of this matters. My odor situate. Yeah, wait. It may be because of the pheromone.
Detective, please. Don't start talking about your pheromone again.
Oh.
This is serious. If you don't...
Oh, God.
Then you'll be fired. This is a hearing. Toughen up.
No idea what you're smelling. I washed death off me.
The man doesn't reply, but his expression speaks for him. You should have done a better job, is what it's saying.
Yeah, I've handled an actual corpse.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape, a certain classier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
No.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island. Okay, I got duped there. She pulled one on me. Yes, I let her go as an act of mercy. That's a small detail in a huge case you know nothing about. That doesn't matter. None of it does. We are looking at the oxygen oh, God. That's just a small detail in a huge case you know nothing about. Feels like a good thing, but... Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island. I could have put that together. I'm gonna say this.
Sure. If it's part of your master plan. Let's not even get into the other suspect. The one who shot herself in the head. Another detail? Or the fact that you're Everard Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote.
Okay. You don't know that I was working effectively for him. Also, you're claiming that I'm a piece of shit? Why would me working with Everard Claire to be anything good for him? Like...
Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
8. 8 what? Yeah, 8 people died. Lizzie died. The 3 mercs did. Well, I guess it's 8 if you include, Ruby. 5. Yes, what he said. I also solved the case. It's solved. All of it. Yeah, it was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you? Oh, God, I really want to say that. Firefight is a trivial matter compared to the greatest discovery this century. I also solved the case. It's solved. All of it.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
Okay.
It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better.
Okay.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He brushes a stray strand of hair out of his eye and coughs.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Yofretor Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the lost gun, also losing his badge, that's all true. And he's been drinking on the job.
The man sighs deeply.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
You should yell something.
Shut up, Rhetoric.
Yes, let's let the big boys talk.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the constant smoking everywhere, all the time.
I did that once.
But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. And he solved it, near perfectly. In 1 week we have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. Locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
I'll see you now. Boom shakalaka, motherfucker. So as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely giant communist. No, say nothing.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
The man cranes his neck, still looking at the photo.
Detective?
Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
I also started a nightclub and a drug lab in the church. Also, the Phasmid was female, the Reeds are its nest. The killer, Lilianovich Dross, we have a strong motive for him. The previous head of the Doubadours Union was assassinated by our killer. There was also a dead man on the boardwalk. I also looked into the mysterious... so what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back? The killer, we have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
A revolutionary matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead.
Ah.
This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
I think it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy. He killed the mercenary hoping to start a war between the company and the Union. He killed him in an act of rage induced by the Phasmid's semiochemicals. An act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the Phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that. Way more.
It's way more than that. I'll win her back with this. It's my masterpiece. They'll teach this in cop school. I did all I could. Every second was a struggle. I'm still not completely satisfied with it. It could just be a little neater. I did all I could. Every second was a struggle.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work. In bouts. Bouts don't last. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. It is bad. Even you can smell it. Chin up. Keep focusing on the positives here.
By the way, Jean has all the right to be mad at you, but he essentially loves you. He dressed himself with a wig and the sunglasses because he thought he would have reminded Harry of Guillaume Bevy, the ex-member of the crimes unit's appearance, until he realized that you really have brain damage. You realize this if you have enough logic. Ooh, interesting. Well, my next playthrough is going to be a dumpster fire of intellect, so I'm not finding that out anytime soon. The previous head of Doubadours Union was assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open, in Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
That's a good point.
And eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything Union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How did you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
Of course.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, detective.
I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10, a commercial building where all businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
She turns to Vic Mail.
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
Okay, those two are... yeah, so... want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder.
He shrugs.
So I have to. Jude?
Honestly, Anything that ends this trial is okay with me.
A quick nod.
But he's been drinking, she thinks. This is exactly how he gets out of this every time. It's bad for him, but...
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait, I have a few questions before we go about who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
41, what kind of station is it? The Phasbit. I need to tell Lena about this ASAP. Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now? Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of fallen sportswear I've amassed.
Your moves on the church floor, which honestly was just jump aerobics. Your use of the word graffito.
The raw, robust stamina output. And this guy, too. God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
Alright, thanks, Sean. You danced? I sure fucking did. And then I collapsed upon realizing that this was opening the gates to my previous memories. Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
Oh.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
You said in Curon I was a gym teacher there?
Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Curon is just east of Jarrow. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Okay, I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
Some chick who?
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned the name.
Not Dora Dubois.
Wait, Dora England?
Something like that. Half Vazan.
Vasa is where beautifully and impossibly blonde people come from.
Okay.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
Oh, one sec. So I've just been informed that there's a half-eaten rat and bird outside the house. We've got, like, aggressive birds around, so, yeah, cool, okay, awesome. Love that. 6 years?
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dorangalon really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
Figures. No, I meant, what did she do?
She was incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Jean, I don't need to hear about how you would fuck my ex. Let's not go there.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Which would explain why Dolores Day took her place in his memory.
Look,
Or in his
the
dreams.
sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Okay, am I a dirty cop? What kind of station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
He tilts his head northward.
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
And the Sea Wing is...
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He smiles.
He's anything but a loser. Although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
And Price is...
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why did we need to go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
Fair.
Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
Yeah, that too. So I work in the bloody murder station.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Phasmin, I need to tell Lena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock. She told me about this, Phasmin.
Well, good luck finding her once we get back.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. I'm sure we'll find them. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon. Watch out, or she'll faint.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
He takes a look around into the deepening shadows of the streets, then pulls up his collar.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Distant traffic. A scrap of newspaper drifts by, carried by the wind.
Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I mean investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. And crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one. But he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
The lieutenant turns very serious all of a sudden.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
She says with a smile.
I do like the sound of that.
Recruit Detective Kim Kitsuragi is the achievement I just got. Precinct 57's finest.
He's really considering it.
Okay, am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No.
No, because a suspect seemed to think?
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
Fuck, that's a good point.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
Yeah, you kind of have like a lot of freedom to not.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I still have 1 point to put somewhere. It's a real shame I didn't get to do that, but hey. I'm ready.
Good.
She looks at you, then Vicmar.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
The man points down the street.
Under the night sky, the great district sleeps. A black chessboard of old wooden houses. 80,000 living souls inside. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, atop the motorway, to Boogie Street, forking into the darkened horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
The door didn't... He is very banged up. Just phase through the door, Harry. There you go. They still didn't fix the fucking kinema. Fuck it, who cares? What a fucking phenomenal game. God damn. I'm gonna be honest, I think this is just my favorite game. I say that a lot about like games I played recently too. You've betrayed your tie. Oh no. Because I took it off? Fuck, I have to keep it on a lot more next time. But the thing Lena gave me had better stats. I mean, if the necktie didn't want to be betrayed, then it shouldn't have been... Well, actually, so that's weird. Like, I know the necktie talked to me when I didn't have it on, so I presume that wasn't a thing. But I guess, like, because I didn't have the necktie on anymore, I never found out about the... Never found out what I needed to use the blue medicinal spirit for. There's stuff for me to chase down at the very least. But yeah, like, legitimately, much like some of the Zero Escape games, this game, like, seriously... Oh, God, that's loud. This game seriously made me rethink how I think about, like, fundamental things about game design. It was written beautifully. Like, every single character in this game is used so goddamn well. You should play the Zero Escapes. They are very good. Oh, I wish I could slow this down a bit. Play the one it's heavily inspired from, Planescape Torment. Oh, interesting. That was inspired by that. Actually, now that I think about it, I never even interacted with Measurehead. Fuck, there's so much I didn't actually do. Well, so many specific things I didn't actually do, but... God damn. Like... Oh, wow, someone... Oh, right, because there were a lot more there was a lot more, there was a lot more, voice actors the second time around because, they were voicing people that didn't have things before. Like, there are a lot of reasons I can like a game. It's just fun. You know, mechanically, like, that would be a Path of Exile thing. Like, I just really like how that game plays. Because it does something really special with its story. Like, 14 and Zero Escape come down to that. Because it's got really good narrative design. Because it makes me rethink how I think about video games to some degree. Like, there are a lot of reasons that I would like a video game. And I think Disco Elysium covered literally every single one of them. There's a lot more revolutionary things dialogue-wise than Planescape Torment. Oh, yeah. Planescape would not... Planescape Torment, at least as far as I understand, I haven't played it myself, would not have the political commentary of this game. Torment is from the 90s. This is true. But yeah, like... I don't know what else to say. Like, and I think one of the things, like, going off the political stuff, honestly, I think part of, like, the real beauty of the game is that it will stare directly into some really tough issues. And, like, it's written in such ways that, like, all of these things can coexist or twist into one another. And obviously you don't get, like, the combinatorial effect like is demonstrated in the game's in-universe failed game that was written, which actually makes me wonder if there was like a if that was actually inspired by a real thing. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. Oh god, like I need to think more about the writing of this game to really speak more to it and like how it works. Like I really need to break down like all of the stuff it does. But I must say the thing that will forever stand out about this game, and the thing I will take forward when thinking about video game design forevermore, is the stat system. Like the kiss-curse nature of it, the fact that they are marred by perception of the player character, not literal seers into the literal truth of the world, is such a good grounds for a role-playing game like this. Like, they don't need to make a Disco Elysium 2, but doing something again with that stat system, but more, would just... oh my god. Be so good. The writer of this game made a novel with this universe, then went on to be heavily undersold, and he fell into a depression. Yes, I think someone told me about that recently. And so, I think the book is being like released at some point. Then he did a tabletop of his universe, and he played with friends. Don't know what came first. I wonder, like that. The fact that I just thought about the whole combinatorics thing makes me wonder if there was like some like experience that informed that. Not that it's really hard to think about like the combinatorics problem from a programmer's perspective, because like you need to head off and manage shit like that because it gets too much to fucking manage. Then a friend of his convinced him to make a video game about it, about the world. Well, goddamn. I mean, I am so curious about so much in this. And it definitely left a lot of the world, like, completely unmentioned, barely mentioned, enough that they could make, like, a Disco Elysium follow-up that was just set on a different e-solar at a different point of time, and that's the cleanest slate you need, you know? But then it also makes me wonder, like, when it comes to the way that Harry works and his whole stat thing, it seemed to be implied by Dolores that, Chris Avalone, are you fucking serious? God. Cool. Fuck, that's actually a really annoying thing. No, anyway. Well, I made it in time for credits. You sure did, newest girl. Mankind, be vigilant. We loved you. You did miss the stunning conclusion. Practically exactly 4 hours of stream ago. Wow. I think the other thing that's like really... I would love to see another game using... not even necessarily the world, but at least like the system they employ. I would really love to see more of this. And I think the beautiful thing about, like, the very small scope and personal nature of this game and the things that were happening in it, that lends it a lot to being able to just do another story like that in a completely different area in the same world, maybe sometime later. And it doesn't mean that anything that happened in Disco Elysium, for example, has to cascade over. Because at the end of the day, there is something bigger going on, but the very immediate things that were happening within the game aren't going to affect the entire world, if that makes sense. There's a lot of ground that they could use to do a sequel or follow-up or, you know, anything like that. And I would do some heinous things to see another game from this studio in this vein, because Jesus, their writing is so good. The way their stats interact is such a really cool idea for, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? I guess conceptualizing how a more complex stat system would work, but also making it very interesting in that, again, the whole kiss-curse nature of it is, like, this system would be nothing if it wasn't like that, right? The fact that your stats are biased is the thing that makes this interesting, because heavily investing in one stat means that stat's going to be louder than everyone else, but it's not always going to give you the truth. It's going to give what it sees. Oh, God, yeah, I can't be coherent right now. I've got the when you just completed a really great game feeling wash over me, and I feel like I just want to kind of, like, just lay in that for a time. God, I really, really hope we see more from this studio. The fact is that the skills of this game are so heavily tied to the universe and story of the character, they were basically improving upon an idea that should have already existed, but they never did. By improving, I mean providing meta-narratives about it. It's amazing how this game pulled this shit off. Yeah. And that's the thing, too, is, like, I think it caught my eye when we were talking specifically about, what was it? I think it's, was it Logic that had that description? You will be very proud and thus susceptible to intellectual flattery. For those blinded by their own brilliance will often miss important clues. Like, this, like, not only is this, like, a really interesting mechanic on its own, but, it feels like it makes a lot of sense for people, right? If you excel in a particular area, like, that thing tends to be the thing that becomes most prominent in your personality. And, like, stringent, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, not adherence, but, like, holding that thing as really important above all else because you are good in it has a lot of other consequences for how you see people, how people interact with you, how they perceive you, like all this kinds of shit. Did you learn that Kim is gay? Yes, I did. I ended up discarding the homosexual underground thought to kind of cycle through a couple of others. Which was a little unfortunate, but there were other thoughts that came up that I really wanted to know what they did, so. Fuck. That thought is only to talk to Kim about his sexuality, I think. I mean, him referring to your bicep girth is enough information, but... I don't know. Okay, so to some degree, yeah, sure. But at the other side of it, Kim is a very astute and analytical person. That, I don't think that would have, like, escaped him. Like, you can obviously read into that given those two pieces of knowledge, but I think it's also partly just Kim, because he probably would, like, one of the things that happens is that Kim is, like, astounded that you're just running all over the place, and that kind of came up in that last conversation there. And that would kind of make him think, like, what did this guy do to actually, like, get like this? Because in his state, he shouldn't be running around like this, and I would 100% imagine that he suddenly noticed some stuff like Harry's build being, like, somewhat, like, maybe let go buff, you know? In a way that's like, oh, maybe he used to, like, be a bodybuilder, or, like, an athlete or something? Kim, alert the men. There's a member of the homosexual underground on this ship. Kim is very repressed. He's, like, neo-libertarian gay. Kim is so emotionally repressed. Oh, yeah. And it's hard. Well, so part of that, I think, is interesting to dissect, because I would hazard a guess that at least some of that comes from his job, right? He very quickly, in the beginning of the game, establishes that he doesn't want to listen to personal baggage, because he basically has to listen to a lot of people's if he allows that for you. So there is at least, like, emotional barriers set in place, because that's kind of the nature of the job. He deals with too many people to keep that open. But there's definitely also parts of it that, like, I mean, he's also ideologically a little bit confused at the moment too. Like, he used to be a moralist, and then he's not quite sure anymore, and he kind of leans on his job as, like, his not moral compass, but, like, the thing he falls back to when justifying things on a fundamental level. Yeah. I think Kim actually admires Harry in that regard. He wishes to be more like Harry. I'm not sure that's 100% true, but I think, like, I would guess that part of... I would imagine that probably is a... not amicable. Endearing trait to see someone being so open in that. Yeah. So... one last thing to leave this off with, I think. I did watch Wooly's Wooly Versus, for those who don't know. He and Reggie played Disco Elysium, and I saw some of the clips. Thankfully, I managed to dodge a few of them, but I did see the one at the very end, where it's just Wooly and Reggie talking, and Wooly was talking about how he's, like, really sorry that, like, for what's to come, because Disco Elysium is like the game, like, Reggie was being spoilt by playing Disco Elysium, having not played a ton of other games, and that it was all gonna be downhill from here, and, like, I do not know if I will enjoy a video game as much as this in the future. I hope I do. I feel like AI Somnium Files 2 is probably going to be that for me. Is probably the next time I can. But, like, god damn. This... I hope to God this is not the last time I feel this good about after playing a game. Because this is one of the greats. Just straight up. One of my faves of all time now. Yeah, shut up there for me. But the problem is that I've said that, like, the last, like, out of the last 5 games I played in this time slot, 4 of them were that. Like, just absolute bangers. Well, one of them was kind of but like I loved it like it was because of some things it did. I won't say which game that was, but people who know, know. Or if you know, you know. But yeah, that's like happened to me so much recently. Like, fuck. Persona 5 Gluttony. Shut up, newest girl. God damn it. If I ever start writing video essays, that is going to be one of the first I ever talk about. Because that... I don't want to get into this now, but that is anomalous. If I've played Persona 4 after DE and enjoyed it, you can do the same. I'll like, share, and subscribe that. Good. I hope you would. Oh no, I'm not talking about like, oh no, I can't enjoy a game ever again. It's more like, I don't think a game is going to hit so many of the things I want out of a video game than this one. Like, it's not that I can't enjoy any more of them, it's like, I don't think there's going to be a game that hits every single mark perfectly. But yeah. Hear me out? Okay. What, newest girl? What do you... What? Just what? I'm gonna see if there's someone we can raid. Not really. Let me bully you in fighting games on stream. I have issues with Persona 4, but that's not for a stream like this, I think. I think that's for... Yeah, that's definitely for another time entirely, I think. Off topic, because SE fucked up the lottery. We can't give you your guild back for a bit. Let us know if you need it back early. Oh no, I've got enough, Valk. I'll be fine. Didn't like the subtle gender biases and fat... Yeah. I mean, yeah. How Yosuke is our problematic fave. I dislike Yosuke. Even outside of... Well, mostly because of that, but even outside of that. Okay. There's no one really for me to raid. Is anyone playing Disco Elysium right now? Other than me. Just hit the south coast. Let's raid these people. How long have they been going for? They just started. Sorry, I'm like looking through chat rules to make sure, or just to get an idea of who I'm raiding. Okay, I'm still playing Persona 4 for the record. I'm just past the killer thing. I'm at the last month's. Oh, interesting. One day I'll finish Golden. Wait, you have it? Newest girl. Oh, God. I mean, to be fair, I think there's an aspect to Golden's ending that I dislike more than the entire game combined. Because... you know what? I'm not going to say anything in case you actually go to it. Okay. I'm going to look at all these people before we pick one. Okay, I think we'll raid this person. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything about Golden. I'm not gonna say anything about Golden. I will just say, I have some issues with it. But, yeah. I think that's right. Oh, they only... Okay, well, I guess I can't raid them then. That kind of sucks. Fuck. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to do this as fast as I can. Okay, let's go with this person instead then. People have issues with D's ending just for the Deus Ex Machina. My murderer is not somebody we know. I mean, that was kind of the point, though. Like, it kind of culminates in, like, dealing with this, like, broken man who's, like, just mentally degraded over the years he's taken to, like, deal with the fallout of his ideology falling over in the face of, like, literally the rest of the world saying fuck off. I don't know if, like, I don't know, him being uninteractable up until that point, I think is a good thing for the culmination of the mechanics of this. But yeah. People wanted it to, yeah. Well, I don't think it needs to be that. I don't know. People get really weird when it's like, people get really weird about, fuck, okay, this person can only do that as well. God damn it. One of you, please. Heck. Yeah, Valk, I actually agree. Like, I don't think the point is, like, a lot to do with the murder itself, because there's so many other things happening that are more important than that. It's just that we examine the whole thing through the lens of investigating the murder. So, like, we learn about the strife between the Union and the company because of the murder. We have to engage more in it to kind of decipher what's going on, figure out, like, get more information out of them. We inadvertently end up, like, you know, siding with one or the other in some circumstances. Like, the murder, like, that place after the murder is a powder keg waiting to blow up. It is only a matter of time before the mercenaries gun down everyone, and we need to kind of try and set things straight. And that's not just about the murder, because to some degree they don't care. The fact that he was murdered, regardless of the circumstances, is enough to set them off. And there's a lot more at stake than just whether or not Harry keeps his job, or sorry, whether or not Harry solves the case. I don't know. There was never any mystery to who shot John F. Kennedy. Is that a quote? God damn it. That really sucks that I can't, like, raid a couple of people I thought would be good to raid here, but... Okay, let's look at this person then. Hold on. Sorry I'm taking so long, but, like, I'm raiding people and then it just kind of, no, honestly, okay. I am seriously considering doing a second playthrough of this game on stream. So I don't want to do anything like that just yet. Or I might do a second playthrough of it. No, sorry. I don't think I'm going to do it on stream. I am going to do a second stream of it, though. Or, sorry, in a second playthrough. So, I do want to have just a second go with it with a totally different set of stats and just see how that goes. I probably won't do that on the stream because, yeah, I want to get through other games. So, I want to try and, like, not stay... Because, honest to God, I could probably play this game a lot more for the rest of my life, and I wouldn't complain about it. But, yeah. Fuck. I can't read any of these people. Curious to how different it is with wildly different stats. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, too, that I mentioned this earlier, but, like, the really interesting part of that is not the big moments. It's everything else in between. Because that's when your stats chime in a lot. When you're walking around, you can just notice things depending on how high certain stats are. Like, you get a... Like, it's... Because what that ends up doing is it feels a lot more like you're perceiving the world differently. You're not just interacting with characters differently. Although that is obviously a consequence of that. See, like, I could talk about this game for fucking ever. I really could. Hold on. Played a lot of, Oh, they might be ending soon. God damn it. Okay, I guess we'll, if you want some more, or see someone going through Disco Elysium a little bit differently than me, then I'm gonna raid this person then. Assuming this actually works. Everyone else I haven't been able to raid, which I get from a, kind of protecting your channel sort of thing with, like, the hate raids and shit like that, but... Okay, there we go. I finally got one going. Fuck. Yeah, you might end up chasing different leads. It's the way you interact with the world that is different, and the way you grow. Having high electrochemistry is hilarious. What do you mean, a bit differently? You know what I mean. I think I'm going to bed, though. It's 7 a.m. What? Go to bed. Get sleep. I know Disco Elysium's good, but, like, goddamn. That is my, that is me strong-arming you to go to bed. So, stream. I don't know if I'm going to do anything tomorrow. I'm going to have a think about that, and I don't know when. During the week, again, probably a few things here and there. I've got some stuff to do on Friday and some stuff to do before then that I have to do, so I'll kind of figure out what's going on then. Friday night might be a stream, I don't know still, but the weekend probably still will. At which point, I have a couple of ideas. One is a change of pace. One would just be a game that I've really wanted to get through. But yeah, I'll try and figure that out sometime soon. So, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and hope to see you all next time.